Hello, everybody, and welcome. Uh,
Hello.
Thank you for being so patient. Once again, scheduling with everything that's kind of happening now, as things are opening up, schedules get weird. So, thankfully, we didn't have to cancel, but we were just running a little late. So, thank you for being patient with us, and here we are. Um, so, as we go forward, let's just jump into announcements really quickly. Thankfully, we only have a few. So once again, and I'm so happy I get to keep saying this, we are sponsored by our friends at Never Ending. Never Ending is an amazing web-based visual storytelling platform. Super easy to use, and it essentially helps you animate those great moments, those stories that you have during tabletop, or hell, even if you're like writing something in your mind's eye, you've always saw it as animated. Neverending is the way you want to go with this. You can use a character builder to create a custom avatar. You can use them in your tabletop games. You can use them on social media. And if you are a DM like I am, you can use them for your NPCs, just building random NPCs, which I will actually get into in a minute. And just kind of, and also kind of building out your characters, fleshing them out. Also, if you're not a DM, I mean, it's really a really good tool to kind of like get an idea of what your character might look like if you're kind of stuck for those kind of ideas. With the character builder, you can select body types, builds, hairstyles, eyes, ears, outfits, hair, prosthetics. I mean, just a whole lot of options and uses for the character builder. There's so many unique character combinations and possibilities. It's freaking crazy. Once you've created it, you can also download it as a portrait or as a tabletop token for your favorite virtual tabletop that you might use, like Roll20, or a couple of others that exist out there. And now, as of right now, Never Ending 2.0 is in play. So what is Never Ending 2.0? So a couple of things that they did. The layout is much more user-friendly than it was previously. It's easier to access certain things and to get into the different menus. There's more customization options. Some of the new options only have like 2 or 3 choices, but they're going to continue every week to kind of add to those options. The character builder is now mobile compatible. So if like say you're on a bus or a train, or you're on a long car ride and you get bored, it's like, I want to create a character. You can actually now go on your phone, on your tablet, and use the character builder mobily, and it's freaking awesome. A couple of the really cool additions that they've added that I want to kind of talk about is the backgrounds and stages. You can actually give yourself like a stone stage or like a wooden floor stage. It's actually pretty cool. And then now they have the backgrounds, like your backdrop of like, your characters in the forest or your characters in the city. Pretty cool. The token builder, as I was saying earlier, you can actually create those tokens, based with your character kind of in the middle, and then there's a nice round dragon. It's like a dragon Ouroboros, where it's kind of eating its own tail. It's Never Ending's actual logo. It's pretty cool, and they come in like lightning and fire and like all these really cool options. There is a random NPC generator. I love this. Because this actually helps me figure out as a DM, the different types of characters that I could actually put together for my campaign. And when I say it's completely random, not only is the picture randomly generated, also the name, the kind of the background, right? The personality of the characters are also randomly generated for you. Now you can go back in and change them if you want to, but all of it's randomly generated. It's a huge help, especially for DMs. Right now, you can use that character generator for free at beneverending.app. All right. So if that's something you were interested in doing, you can go to, it takes you right there. But if you want more information, you want to get updates, you want to read the blogs, you can go to beneverending.com. And thank you once again for sponsoring us. We greatly appreciate it. And we're having a lot of fun playing with all of the little tools that we have with the character builder with Neverending. So thank you once again. All right. The next thing that we have going is the next announcement is actually there is a new way for all of you to interact with our games. So we actually started doing this in yesterday's session, our Lost Mine session, and I completely stole it from Gene Stern from Unconventional Heroes because I am in his game, Lost Legacy on Unconventional Heroes, and they used it and it went amazingly. So I talked it over with him. He was absolutely cool. We are also doing what is called inspirations. So you can see Grant Wilson in chat has already kicked things off, but let me explain what it means. So you will be able to redeem channel points, which are gold coins, and you can give inspiration to the players, either individually or as a group. What inspiration does, it gives them advantage on a roll that they might want to do, whether it's an attack roll or a spell attack or something like that, and they can use it at any time. So when you actually give the channel points and redeem, make sure you type in who you want that inspiration to go to. Do you want it to go to a specific character, or do you just want it to go to the group? If it goes to the group, they will decide at key moments who can use the inspiration if it's necessary. Now, you can also give me an inspiration. And during that time, you can give an inspiration to me either during a fight, if you want, say, the enemies that they're fighting to get inspiration against them, or you can also give it to me to use when they're interacting with a friendly NPC who might be in some form or fashion helping them. And you want to make sure that they actually get that help. So make sure when you actually redeem, you let us know how you want that inspiration to be used. For the players, each viewer only gets 2 times to actually give inspiration throughout the course of a stream, so use them wisely. For me, only 1 use per viewer. So definitely want to give the players a little more inspiration than you're giving me, but I don't want to stop you if you want to give me some inspiration. I'm not going to stop that. And it's a little more expensive to actually give me inspiration as well. So that is an amazing way for you. And we're playtesting it. We might actually give more uses down the line, or maybe we'll go, hey, it's getting a little crazy. We're gonna make it a little less. But for right now, that's the way it is. Please, by all means, use it as you will. But remember, you only have limited time, so use them wisely. And we appreciate it as you do give them to us. Alrighty, so yeah, and like I said, kicking off, just so the group is aware, there is 1 group inspiration already in the queue, thanks to Grant Wilson. So with that, and the very last thing is we had our 3rd Monster Hearts 2 session on Monday. Oh my God, that went super great. It went so well. It was so much fun. Not to give any spoilers, but started out with some conversations revolving around Woodstock and Jimi Hendrix and Tim Curry, and by the end of it, we were in blood, horror, and suspense. The only way you're going to find out how the hell that all ties together is to see the episode. So if you want to see it, the VOD is already here on Twitch, but our next session is also going to be on June 22nd at 7:30 p.m. Also, that's a Monday. So if you've been watching, thank you, and that's when our next session is. But if you haven't been watching, you should watch. And our next session will be June 22nd. So. Alrighty, and with that, announcements are out of the way. Yes, Poopsie.
Just letting you know, now we have 2 group inspirations.
All right. Oh, thank you, Cluey. Thank you, Cluey, for
Or
that group.
Chloe. She doesn't mind
Chloe?
either.
Okay, Chloe. All right, no problem. All right, so 2 group inspirations. Just keep track. I'm keeping track of that too, and as they are used, we'll let you know as well. All right, so with that, let's get into the game. All right. So last time we were together, you were surveying the aftermath of the battle between what you later learned to be agents of the Myriad and some strange, mutilated, hooded figures. After the ensuing battle and then the ensuing battle, you now had a pile of bodies. You spent a good amount of time going to the farms to get the signatures on the writ that you were given as part of your investigation of all of this, and you all also spent a fair amount of time trying to decide how to transport said bodies back to the King's Hall, as you need some kind of evidence to bring along with you, along with the signatures and such on the writ. After a lengthy back and forth of what shall we do, what can we do, Crown's Guard were informed that some individuals needed assistance, and very, very much came and did offer their assistance for a portion of the reward. You, I wouldn't say politely, but you declined. And in declining, they decided that you were wasting their time and decided to leave. And finally, you all decided, you know what? Let's just put them in the portable hole, and then we'll take them back to the King's Hall that way.
Well, that price was ridiculous.
So currently, at the moment, you have a folded up portable pocket on your person, Rowan, filled with a number of bodies. And you are currently making your way to the road that leads back into the town, the city of Zadash, more specifically to the King's Hall. So as you are now on the road making your way to Zadash, it's going to take about an hour and a half or so to get there from your location. Is there anything that you want to talk about, anything you want to do prior to actually continuing into Zadash?
No.
Is that the consensus from everyone?
Straight to town we go.
We go straight to town, I guess.
Please.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you begin your trek on the road to Zadash. You take the road to Zadash, is what I had meant to say. And it does take you about an hour and a half to get into the actual city proper. As you do, you can see that the city is, as you remember, just bustling with people, going to and fro, taking care of their daily business lives and chores. You make your way to the King's Hall, and as you get to the King's Hall, again, this large stone building, the job posting board that you actually received your work from, still there, minus the actual job that you took. There are a number of Crown's guards standing outside the front, and they're just kind of like eyeing you as you approach. This is them
Good day,
eyeing
good
you.
sirs. Good day, good sirs.
Yeah,
Hello.
can we help you?
We did a job for the city, and we would like to see the person in charge, please.
Oh, yeah, you want to see, yeah, you want to see the Herald of the Hall. Okay. Give me a minute. And he kind of turns.
Thank you.
He kind of turns and he walks in. About a minute goes by, and you see this this disheveled dwarf that you initially spoke with. While his hair is a complete mess, it looks like it's literally half combed, and the other half is just kind of like just poofed out in a mess. His beard is somewhat also a mess, but his robes very white and gold with the symbol of the lawbearer on it, very pristine, very taken care of. And he just comes out. He goes, "Oh, yeah. So so you're back? Was you having a little trouble with the job?"
No, sir. I was wondering if we could speak in your office privately.
What for?
Oh, no reason. We have the writ signed by the farmers,
Right.
and we believe we completed to the job to the best of our ability.
What proof do you have?
This is why I wanted to speak in your office privately.
Well, no offense, but I don't know all of you. You took a job for us. You said you were going to do it, but I don't know you personally enough to bring you into my office. Considering that 7 of you, and my office is not that big, so whatever you need to say, you can say it right here, or and provide evidence. If you want to get paid, that's what you got to do.
I understand. We found that there were some strange hooded magic users in the forest, and they were fighting with brigands. And they were using all kinds of weird fire spells, which explains the burned cows, the burned farms. It was very strange. They were a very unusual group. Their eyelids were cut off, and their tongues were removed, and their mouths sewn shut. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen, actually. And so there was this nefarious group of black-robed magic users fighting these. I can only assume they were some kind of rogue group. We weren't really able to speak to them. So they were fighting and pretty much killing each other in the woods. So that's what all the disturbances were being caused by. We were able to collect some of the bodies that were pretty much all over the forest, and then we were attacked ourselves when we came upon a fight. So we managed to destroy the people who were coming after us. It was pretty close, though.
So he kind of shakes his head, and then he kind of looks at all of you. He looks behind you, and he looks around for a minute. And he goes, "Well, I'll tell you, that's a fascinating story, and I appreciate the report and such. Very thorough. I do appreciate that. There's a wee problem though. There's a bit of a hole in that story. Unless you got the bodies like in a pouch or in your pocket or something, like I don't see these bodies, and you really need to have proof of the things that you're saying."
I do have proof, sir. That's why I wanted to go into your office. I didn't want to pull out all kinds of dead bodies in the middle of the town square.
He looks at you a little odd, and he's just like, Well, I mean, we're not in the town square. We're here at the King's Hall, and we do things like this all the time. So just like if you got the bodies, like produce them.
Just do it, Rowan.
All right. I want to say, first of all, sir, this object is not mine. It belongs to my uncle. And he would be furious if I lost it. So my uncle is Leopold von Scott, the wizard that walks around town with the golem. I don't know if you've noticed him or not.
Oh, I know him.
Okay. So he lent me this, and I'm to bring it back to him in pristine condition. And
Okay.
then I produce my handkerchief.
All right. Before we get to that, I need you to roll me a deception check. And Grant has offered me DM inspiration for this social interaction, which I don't think I'll need to use this, but I'm curious. Roll a deception check for me.
Maybe we need to ask who it's really for, though.
Because I believe Leopold has been very adamant that you not call him Uncle Leo. So this is definitely a lie.
But I consider him my uncle. Is deception...
It's in your skills.
Okay, I rolled a 14.
A 14. I'm going to use that inspiration. He looks at you and he gives you the oddest look. And he just kind of looks at you just for a moment up and down, and like it's very much the first time he's really looking at you. And then he kind of bites his lip for a moment, and then he goes, I am very aware of Arcanist von Scott. Wasn't aware he had family. Especially elvish family. However, whatever this magical item is, as long as it's not on fire, trying to explode something or kill me, you might as well produce it now.
Yes, sir. So I produce the magical hole, and I very carefully lay it out in front of me.
Okay. So as you do, and you're kind of very methodically opening this up, he's just looking at you with the oddest look in his face, very confused. And as this piece of fabric begins to get larger and larger, he backs up. And as he backs up, he's going from confused to really, really not understanding what the fuck he's seeing. And then as you completely open it up, and then there's a loud audible pop, and now there's a hole with bodies in it. He goes, oh, fuck me. Goddamn's magic. You. And he starts pointing at the grounds guard. You, come over here. And they kind of, all right, get in the hole, pull him out. And then he looks at all of you. You two, let's go. It's your job too. Get in the hole, pull him out. Just pile him up over there. And he points over to like this, empty, essentially what would be a stall for like horses or a wagon. There's like a few of them next to the building. He kind of points to an empty one and instructs you all to kind of take them out and put them there. Over the course of the next 25 to 30 minutes of climbing in and out of this hole, you all eventually produce these bodies. and begin piling them up in the location instructed. And afterwards, looking at kind of the whole time, the Herald of the Hall is just kind of looking at this newly formed hole, and then very carefully looking at all of you as you're just kind of going about your business. Once the last body has been taken out of the hole, you begin to fold the fabric up, and the hole is no longer there. And you watch as he immediately moves over the area where the hole was and just begins to tap lightly with his foot on the location until he sees that it is solid.
Don't worry, sir. We didn't damage any infrastructure.
I'm just checking. So he goes, let's take a look at your evidence now. And he goes over to the bodies, and one of the first bodies he comes up to is one of the hooded figures with the cut eyelids. And he goes, oh, by Arathis, he's fugly. And that's
the exact word I use.
And he just goes over, he starts inspecting and looking it over. It goes, oh, it's the hell's wrong? You didn't do this, right? It's like
they were pretty much killing each other in the woods. It was a big mess.
No, I mean the eyelids thing.
Oh no, they were like that. They were like that when they were alive.
All right. And so then he actually begins to count, like, specifically how many of them there are.
While he's doing that, I take out my sketchbook and start sketching the ugliest of the wizards.
Okay. As he, he's counting them out, and he's actually like instructing a couple of the Crown's guards to kind of like pull them off to the side as he's counting them to kind of separate them. Now the bodies that are left over are the ones that they were fighting. And he kind of looks over, he goes, so these two groups were fighting each other, is what you're saying?
That's what it seems like. Yes, they were killing each other when we found them.
All right. And so he kind of kneels down and begins inspecting the other bodies. And he starts kind of, looking through their pouches, which they have none. He's like going around their belt, starts pulling their shirts open. And you immediately see him freeze as he pulls the shirt back, and you all can see clearly like the tattoos on the neck. And he stops, and he puts the shirt back on his person, walks over to the next body, goes immediately to the shirt, pulls the shirt, and then he continues to do the same thing for the other bodies. At the last one, he puts the shirt back. He gets up. He's like, all right, I need your writ, the one I gave you with the signatures.
And I hand him the writ.
Okay. Give him the writ. Takes a look at it. All right. One last thing before I get your payments. Where were they fighting at?
They were fighting in the woods, just on the outskirts of the farm.
Which farm was that?
Both. It was both.
It was south of the.
Say that again, Rowan. You came in broken.
It was a bit south of the apple orchard. What would you say? What, like a mile south?
Yeah, it was about. Yeah, it was about. No, it was about a mile or so. All right. All of you make an insight check for me, please.
Do I have disadvantage?
You are in the sun, yeah.
No, I thought we were inside. Or is it?
No, you are outside the front of the building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So, Jarina?
That is a 16.
16. Rowan?
20 not natural.
Okay. Sora?
Sora's still kind of pissed, so she's not paying attention to anything.
Okay. Fair enough. Squall?
17.
17. Okay. Leah?
I rolled a 3, that's why.
What'd you get, Leah?
14.
14. Phoebe?
18.
And Galen?
It's a 6. However, it's a natural 1.
So natural one's a natural one. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just trying
All right.
not to cause problems.
So everybody except Sora and Galen, you can tell that there is an immediate change to his demeanor, to the Herald's demeanor. He seems very distracted, and definitely not as boisterous as he was when he first came out to talk with you. In fact, he seems, and Rowan, you would actually pick up, Rowan and Phoebe would pick up on this. He actually seems very worried. So he takes the writ from you, Phoebe. He goes, all right, give me a moment. I'll collect your payment, and we'll get you on your way.
Thank you, sir.
He turns around, and he heads back in. And as he heads back in, he grabs one of the Crown's Guard and he whispers something to him very quickly, and then he heads inside. So one of the Crowns, you see one of the Crown's Guard, the one that Jet whispered to, walk over to the pile of bodies and kind of position himself like in front of them to kind of block view from the rest of the street, but not do anything else, but just kind of block and just kind of standing there while the other Crown's Guard have made their way back to the locations they initially were at. And so you're all out there waiting on the outside of the building. Is there anything you want to discuss during this time?
I mentioned my observations quietly to the group so as not to arouse attention.
Okay. So you're waiting outside. 5 minutes go by.
Really hope we're not fucked.
We just did a job.
Is there
Well,
a
let's hope
room nearby?
Let's hope the name drop keeps us from being screwed over.
Remember, Leopold.
I whisper very quietly so none of the Crown's Guard hear me.
Yeah, I whisper back. Leopold doesn't have a very good relationship with these guys.
Yeah, but he's also a wizard they don't want to piss off. I whisper.
DM, is there like a loo nearby or like a porta potty?
There you don't know. You would have to either ask around or make an investigation check, but you look around, you don't see one immediately.
Okay. Because I got 20 minutes left on my thing.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Another 5 minutes goes by. You're all still kind of standing there looking around at each other, waiting. 15 minutes goes by. Jarina?
Do we see anybody around us?
Yeah, there's 4 Crown's Guard, maybe there's like one that's 5 feet from all of you by where the bodies are at. And then the other 3 are standing like post in front of the building about maybe 10 or 15 feet away from you.
Are any of them looking at us?
Yes. That's
Not actively looking at you, but like literally one of the Crown's Guard in front of the bodies is behind all of you, facing you. They don't seem to be kind of like actively like, what are you guys doing? But they're guarding. So they're kind of aware and looking around.
I speak to the one that's guarding the bodies. I say, "What an interesting shaped nose you have, sir. It's very aquiline. Would you mind if I sketch you?"
No, that's fucking weird.
Oh, that's too bad. I don't have a handsome man like you in my collection. I start going through my sketchbook.
He looks very weirded out.
Are there dark alleys?
There's a couple, like maybe about 15 or 20 feet away. You'd actually have to like walk away from the whole group into one of the alleys.
I tell the group, I'm gonna take a piss real quick, and I start heading into one of the alleys. What do I see?
Okay. You basically so you have to cross like a walk, like basically a street, to get to the opposite side where there are a number of different buildings. They look a little like more like warehouses and large, like kind of large buildings, not homes or businesses per se. And there's like a couple of alleys. Currently, from where you're standing, there's like one almost immediately to your left. And then there's another one maybe about 15 feet away to your right. And then there's another one even further down that way, to your right.
I look to the one immediately to my left. What do I see?
Make a perception check. Again, disadvantage.
8.
8. You look down, and it's dark-ish. I mean, you do have dark vision, but you can see what look like probably some barrels, and a couple of like pieces of, you're not sure if it's like garbage or crates or something that are just kind of like stacked up in various areas throughout this alleyway.
All right. Well, seeing how there's no danger, he's gonna go in and for a split second change back into his elf form because time is pretty much almost out.
Okay.
Yeah, do that real quick.
All right. So you go. I need you to make a stealth check for me, please.
$15.
15.
Are you really using the Lou Galen?
You scream into the alleyway as he disappears, as he's already gone. He's already gone. So Galen, you walk into the alleyway, and you can see like there's like a number of like recessed doorways from some of these larger buildings on both sides. And you can see some, barrels and some crates, and you kind of get over to one of the barrels, one of the and you kind of kneel down slightly, and you go to drop your form and then reinitialize your illusion. And as you are kind of like ducking into this recessed doorway, it's in that split second of you dropping the illusion, you hear, "Hey Galen, are you really doing the Lou back there?" And
I was just teasing him. I wasn't screaming. I didn't realize he was that far away from me. I'm sorry.
and as you do that, you hear a noise behind you. And as you look, maybe about 10 feet away, there's a Crown's Guard coming up the alley. And as he's getting closer, you shift into your elf illusion. And he immediately makes eye contact with you. "Hi, what are you doing back here?"
I really need to pee.
It's not a privy. Go find a privy. It's a fucking alley. Get going. Move.
Where is it? Where is it? I am going to piss myself if I can't find one. Where is one? And I start dancing and bouncing and holding myself.
Make a performance check for me.
11.
11. kind of looks at you,
You
and
look
as
like you really have to go.
as you start dancing, he kind of backs up. He goes, "Hey, look, just over there. Make it quick. Just not near me. Just stop. Just right over there. And quick. And he kind of turns his back. Doesn't leave. He just turns his back to you. Because with a nat 1, he totally believed that you were gonna piss yourself. And so you begin. I would like for you to make a Constitution check for me, please.
Actually, I'm going to use. I'd like to do sleight of hand because I can use the my
Water skin?
gourd
Okay.
and just pour it. And if he smells alcohol, I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm here.
All right.
So yeah,
All right.
I just pour a little bit out, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. So make a sleight of hand check for me.
Should we let him use our inspiration?
11 again. What is with these rolls?
Love it. All right.
I say yes. We have 2.
You can use it if you want. You make the call because
Yeah,
I already.
I'm doing it. I'm going
Okay.
to, because of the situation. So do I just roll again, or do you want me?
Yeah, roll it. You roll again.
Okay.
And you take the higher. It's essentially inspiration. Advantage.
Oh, 23. Holy
23.
crap.
That's good because with that first roll, he definitely rolled higher than you. But now with the 23, he's like, oh God. Oh, that's horrific. Just hurry up. And he actually moves another 5 feet away from you, but still doesn't leave.
Oh my goodness.
All right, come on. Come on, shake it off. Don't play with it. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm good.
All right, get
All right.
moving. Come on, get out of here.
Yeah.
I don't want to see you here again.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
So you all watch as Galen makes his way out of this alleyway with a Crown's Guard like directly behind him with the most disgusted look on his face. And Galen kind of walks
And I
up
think
to
to
you.
myself, better grossed out than found out.
Then you're kind of standing there for another 5 minutes. In total, so far, you've been waiting out here for a good 20 minutes. Starting to get a little odd that you're waiting out here so long.
Maybe he had to go into a big vault.
Another 5 minutes go by. And at this point, you're all starting to get a little worried.
Can I roll perception to see if I notice anything out of the ordinary?
What are you trying to like? What are you trying to see something specific, or what are you trying to ascertain?
Like if I see if the Crown's Guard are acting suspicious.
That'll actually be more of an insight check. So roll me an insight check.
$16.
16. You kind of eye the Crown's Guard, and you kind of watching them and looking at them, and you can see the Crown's Guard that followed Galen out of the alleyway is kind of talking to the other guards and pointing over at Galen, and like making a face, and then you watch him get to some part, and they all start like making weird faces too. But outside of that, they don't seem to be like watching you intently or acting in a suspicious manner around you. They just seem to be going about their normal, duties as guards at the moment, and are now all kind of looking at Galen like with this, giving him a side eye. And 2 or 3 minutes later, it's almost a total of 35 minutes. You watch as the Herald of the Hall, you hear the door open, and the Herald of the Hall comes out. He goes, very sorry to keep you waiting. I need you all to come with me right now, please. Come on,
Leah
let's
would
go.
like to.
Okay.
What was that, Leah?
Leah would like to be alert for anything to go wrong and start looking for exits out of this building.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
I will do the same thing. I'm not helping her, but I'll do the same thing as well.
Yeah, make a perception check as well, Galen.
22.
Still
22.
Still disadvantage.
Yeah, you're technically doing this as you're still outside walking into the building.
$11.
Okay. All right. So do you all follow him inside?
Yeah, the dogs are still with me, so dogs are coming too.
As the dog said, no, dogs need to stay out here. And he looks at them and he goes, sit! And they both sit immediately. He goes, they're well trained. I knew it just by the look of them. All right.
You in the market for some dogs? Because you can have them.
He kind of looks at you and he gets this little smile, like this little smirk on his face. Really? They're beautiful dogs. Why would you want to get rid of them?
I already have
You're
a
getting rid
direwolf.
of Daisy and Poppy?
2 more dogs would be a bit much for me to take care of.
Well, let's we'll talk later. We'll talk later.
Okay.
So you all begin to walk in. And as you walk in, the first thing you see is this massive stone structure. And it's at least 4 to 5 degrees cooler in this building than it is outside. There are immediately to your left, the walls are lined with symbols of Arathis, what also look like suits of armor, as well as half a dozen Crown's Guard, who are either standing a post or just kind of talking with each other and preparing for the day's activities. It's fairly busy inside, and the stone walls and of this structure lend to this immense echo. So you can hear all of the voices of everybody talking and joking with each other. Your footsteps are very clearly just echoing along with these voices, making this kind of very almost white noise effect in the area. You continue to walk through the building, and to your right, you can see a number of like large, impressive looking wooden doors. And you're walking for maybe another minute or so, and you get almost to the end of the building, and there is you are now just standing in front of a door, and he goes, all right, follow me. And he kind of opens the door and you walk in, and what you immediately see in this room is what looks like the office of some kind of important figure. And you know this based on that most of the area you just walked through seemed very, for the best term I could give is Spartan, right? It didn't have much in the way of decoration. It just had enough around that you knew you were in the hall, the King's Hall, a place of law and order, and a place dedicated to Arathis, the lawbearer. But this office not only has similar decorations, but there is art on the walls. There are actually tapestries on the back wall as you look in, seemingly depicting some kind of battle or struggle between anybody who is proficient in religion can make a religion check. If you're not, then you. Is anybody proficient in religion? Nobody. Wow.
No, mine's a +2.
We all suck.
Then I would say make a history check at disadvantage if you're interested to try and figure out what these tapestries actually depict.
I'm proficient in history.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
Oh, 15.
15. Okay.
10 is mine.
And all right. Anybody else?
Wall
Maybe.
with the high numbers.
I rolled a 5.
You have those are pretty tapestries.
I rolled a 12.
I start to sketch them.
You rolled a 12, Phoebe? Okay. Anybody else or no? Okay. So
Again, we suck.
Told you, I rolled a
yeah.
10.
So Phoebe, you're not exactly sure what this battle is, but you can see that this actually seems to be a battle depicting the troops of the Empire against what look like these figures that are wearing black armor that almost looks like the shells of insects with these hooks, like these really dangerous hooked curved spikes on them, including the helmets, seemingly the same, and the tapestries themselves seemingly show that the battle is actually being won by the forces of the Empire. Squall, you know exactly what you're looking at. You are looking at a battle between the Empire and the Dynasty. It could be one of a number of battles that you've learned about in your past. It doesn't seem to be this depiction of a specific battle, but it is very clear by the armor that's being worn by the quote unquote enemy in this situation that are being downtrodden upon by the Empire's troops. That this is exactly what it is. It's a little strange to see this kind of depicted in here. But in addition to that, some shelving with a number of books and scrolls upon them. You see sitting at a desk, at a beautiful wooden desk, a dwarven woman, very late in years. You can see the wrinkles in her face, the crow's feet around her eyes, kind of salt and pepper with a hint of blue in her hair, as it's kind of very, very, like almost very matronly kind of styled, and then in a tight bun in the back. She's wearing similar robes to the Herald of the Hall, white with gold trim, but around her neck, hanging down across her chest, is a stole of purple, like this deep, deep purple. And as you approach, the herald waits for all of you to come in, and he goes, "All right, may I introduce Lawmaster Arentha Stonegrasp of the King's Hall?" And he kind of like bows to her. And she kind of she stands up from behind the desk, and it's dwarvish size. Like the office is human sized, but the desk itself is dwarvish sized, and you know the chair that she's sitting behind similarly so. And she kind of stands up and she goes, "Oh, it's a pleasure to have you all here. Thank you very much. Please be seated." And you can see that there are actually seats enough for all of you in there. They look like weren't normally there, but they were brought in. Just please have a seat.
Thank you.
And you watch as the herald closes the door, but he stays in the room and he's kind of like standing off in the corner. So I wanted to introduce myself personally to all of you. The herald here was briefing me on the job that you just currently did for us. And I wanted to extend my thanks to all of you for such thorough and good work. I'm the lawmaster here of Zadash. Now, may I have the pleasure of all of your names?
Jarina.
Jarina.
My name is Sora.
Sora's pleasure.
Phoebe.
Phoebe, yeah.
I'm Rowan.
Rowan.
I'm Galen.
Galen.
Leah.
Leah's a pleasure, yes.
Squall.
But she kind of lingers on you for a moment, Squall. And she goes, "It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure." So I sense a little trepidation here. You are all fine. This is just an informal introduction. Considering that you did work for us here, there was a little bit of something extra that I wanted to discuss with all of you, because it seems that you may have stumbled upon something, nothing bad for you, but I wanted to explain it to you away from prying ears. But again, mostly I wanted to extend my thanks to. Since the war began, just so give you a little bit of history, since the war began, we actually lost a good number of our investigators and some of our better people that we have to take care of such things here. They were actually conscripted and they are away defending the good people of the empire. However, as you can imagine, that leaves me short-handed here, because I do have a good number of Crown's Guard that are still here to do what they need to do, but the extras, unfortunately, now kind of go to the wayside. So anytime we get people who are interested, sell swords, adventurers, had a number of adventuring groups already hired who have done jobs for us previously. I've tried to make it my personal business to make sure that they know how much they are appreciated, and to also let you know that there possibly could be some future work in it for you, should you be so inclined. We will be paying you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I just want to thank you, Lawmaster.
You're very, very well. Now, as you can imagine, my job is an important one, but is also leaves me a lot of leeway to hire individuals such as yourself, especially in these trying times that we find ourselves in. So I will say that you will absolutely be paid the 1,200 gold pieces that you did negotiate with the herald here, because you did in record time take care of this situation for us. A lot of good people had been hurt by some of these things, these goings on just outside of the wall, and it was really weighing on me how much it was that we couldn't take care of it the way it should be taken care of. So you have my gratitude, believe me, especially taking care of it so quickly. She kind of like she kind of takes a deep breath, and she kind of comes around the table, her desk, and she kind of leans back, continuing like to look at all of you. And she kind of leans back against it. But I just wanted you to be the first to know, so you did not hear it from anyone else, that as the Herald was inspecting your evidence, it seems you may have stumbled on something extra. Now, I don't know if you recall, but on the board, we were also looking for any signs of activity from a group known as the Myriad. I'm not sure any of you, I don't know if any of you are familiar with them, but they are an unsavory group of people and individuals, kind of the worst sort of people, take advantage of individuals, steal. I mean, they just break, it's almost as if they're made to break the laws just because they exist. Seems some of the individuals that you came across were part of this organization. Now, for the longest time here in Zadash, we believe that their presence was, if at anything, a minor inconvenience. But we could never really confirm whether their agents were here, and if they were here, just how many they probably were. Over some time, I want to say the last maybe 10 or 15 years, it seemed like that things might have been getting worse, but we absolutely had no proof of their activity. That is until today. And let me tell you, I mean, it's just amazing. And actually, it really tells me a lot about all of you and your abilities, that you not only took care of the strange individuals that the Herald was telling me, like their eyelids are cut off and their mouths are sewn shut. Not only did you take care of them, and and granted, I don't know how difficult it might have been, but you absolutely did take care of agents of the Myriad. And I can tell you from experience that must have been a difficult task. So it does tell me a lot about all of you, about your abilities, especially considering that, and she kind of looks at you, Rowan, you are related to Arcanist Von Scott, I'm told.
We do have proof of that.
Well, I'm not here to ask for proof or verify who you are. That's not that. Again, this is a very informal meeting. What I mean to say is that it does tell me a lot about your capabilities, and that you are actually people that can be counted upon if such things happen. So, in addition to the 1,200 gold that you will all be paid, you will be paid an additional 2,000 gold pieces for your assistance in dealing with this, because now we actually can begin a more thorough investigation of Myriad activity, and we now have these individuals in our custody. And let me tell you, a lot can be gleaned, even if they're dead. So, want to again thank you personally, let you know exactly how much you would be paid, and make sure that you heard it from me first.
That's very kind of you, Lawmaster. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Now, before we continue, do you have any questions for me?
I assume we are supposed to keep mum about this?
Yes, I would. It would be in your best interest to kind of keep that to yourself. All this information. We're gonna do is we're gonna begin our own investigation now. Start kind of building a list of information. We're gonna talk to some of the individuals that we work within the city who can help us get more information from these individuals, and then based on that, we could probably find out a lot more than we ever could probably have done without your help. So, which kind of leads me to my next point. Now, should our efforts in interrogating these individuals bear fruit, I would like to offer all of you the first chance and opportunity to assist us in anything that might come of that information. If, for example, we have leads of bringing more of these agents to justice, or possibly we find out some dastardly deed is going to be happening and we have an opportunity to stop it, we would like to reach out to all of you for your assistance in that matter. Is that something that we could count on?
Absolutely.
Of course.
I believe so. We do travel quite a bit. We're not always in the city.
All right.
DM.
Yes.
Is Leah next to me?
You're all kind of sitting next to each other.
I lean over quietly and I whisper into Leah's ear. Should we tell her about Roger?
Roger?
Roderick. The guy we were chasing that got away.
Yeah, we should probably mention that.
So I speak up and I say, Madam, what we didn't mention just yet, we wanted to see, was that, as you notice, I'm Dragonborn, and one of them had a smell of Dragonborn egg about him. We gave chase. Well, I started it, and we lost him. He used magical means to get away from us.
I see. Well, that is a shame that one of them did get away. Well, I would say
It sounded like he was the leader of this particular group.
well, as I said, with the bodies you have procured for us, we do have the ability to extract information from them, and so we could probably find out who this individual is and whether he actually was the leader. But I will say, and again, from my many years of experience doing this, I would probably watch your back. Make sure, keep each other safe, obviously. Don't take things for granted. But considering, you killed his companions, you might just want to make sure, hopefully they were the only group within the city and he's by himself now, but don't take those kind of things for granted. But thank you for the information. That is important information to have, and I appreciate you sharing that with me. Now, with all of that said, the Herald is going to pay you. If you are still within the city limits, where could we find you if we have need of your aid?
We've been staying at the Tower of the Arcanist.
She kind of raises an eyebrow. I see. Well,
I'm not really sure how you would get in touch with him, let alone us.
Well, we know he's made very sure that we understand what our place is and how we are to get in contact with him. So that won't be a problem, unless he's in a mood. But if that's where you're staying, we can definitely we can definitely find means to reach out to you and let you know that we're in need of your assistance.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So, but outside of that, again, you have my thanks on behalf of the city of Zadash, as well as the Empire. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
You may go. And she kind of goes around the desk and begins to sit down. And again, you can now see like there are like papers piled up, and she's just kind of like, she starts immediately as soon as she finishes, she just becomes all business again and begins kind of like ignoring you and going about her business. And at this point, the herald's like, all right, let's go. You walk out of the room, and as you close the door, he begins he goes into his robe and kind of pulls out this large sack, and he kind of like, all right, here's your money as 3,200 gold pieces. Who wants it? All right, he hands it to you, Jarina. It's like, all right. So if anything comes up, we'll definitely reach out to you over at the Arcanist place. I don't know what he's calling it now. First it was a mansion, then it was a tower, and now it's gone. It's crazy. But we'll just talk to the golem. It's fine. So if you need anything, you know what to find us. But now we know what to find you. So.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
All right. He kind of goes over to you, sir. So let's can we talk about those dogs real quick?
Sure enough.
Yeah. So if you're actually very serious about getting rid of them, I would absolutely love to have them. Mastiffs are just like they're in high demand, and a lot of them were taken out with the Righteous brand when the war started. So to find two mastiffs of this kind of quality is just, I would absolutely love them. Like, what do you want for them?
Well, whatever you think is a fair price, and the promise that you'll keep them safe and happy.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I know exactly what they're bred for, both guarding and battle, and also as mounts. I'm not going to use it as a mount, obviously, because I have too much respect for them. But I've seen gnomes and halflings use them as mounts. I wouldn't do that. But yeah, I'll definitely keep them happy. They're going to be well taken care of. Trust me. I've got a huge front yard. It needs dogs running around in them. So let's see. He starts kind of thinking and rubbing his beard. Let's how about let's see, about 400 gold pieces for the pair of them.
How about 2?
You kind of like, are you
It was
serious?
with the promise that you keep them safe and happy. Then you can just give me 200.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just let me go get. I'll be right back, and I'll get my money from. Yeah, I'll be right back. And you see, he looks very excited. And he watches. He just kind of runs down the hall, like 4 doors down from the lawmaster's office, and you just watch him just throw the door open and just run in. What's up, Galen?
Sora, why didn't you take the 400? We could all use, or you could use that.
The animal's happiness is more important than the gold, and that's to make sure that he keeps his promise.
Are these dogs constructs, or were they just sort of transported from somewhere? Like, I don't understand the nature of their being.
They look like real dogs.
Okay, they're not gonna poof one day, are they?
You don't know. You can roll me an Arcana check to try and find out.
Okay.
But
Just for my
doesn't everyone though?
I guess in a way, but you don't want him to like have him one day and then have him be gone the next, and have him.
They've
all
already been with
scammers.
us for They've already been with us for over 24 hours.
So you can roll an Arcana check if you want.
14.
14. As far as you're aware, like, you know, they seem like real dogs, and the nature of the magic of the patch, you're not 100% sure about it, because, you know, you're more nature-y magic than arcane magic. But there's real substance to them. There doesn't seem to be anything odd about like their construction or how they came into being. They just seem like they were a patch, and now they're real dogs. There's a possibility that they were like real dogs that were, you know, frozen into a patch, and now they've just now out of the patch. It could be a couple of things, but they are absolutely real dogs in your opinion.
I'm gonna miss Daisy and Poppy.
You can play with Spot if she'll let you.
Okay.
A few minutes later, you watch as the herald comes running out, and he's like, all right, here you go, 200 gold pieces. And he gives you
And well, thank you. Might I ask, if I ever need you, may I come to you in regards to like trouble or anything like that?
well, I mean, yeah, you can always, if you have any, you know, like problems with the law, or you know of someone who has broken the law, yeah, you should always come here to the King's Hall. But yeah, you know, feel free to like ask for me by name, and just, you know, like hey, look, I need the Herald Voloshin. I got a problem. He knows me, you know, and yeah, I'll come. That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Them.
What are their names?
You can rename them.
Won't that
I
confuse
named them
them?
Daisy and Poppy. I think that's the best name for them because I think it really speaks to their personalities.
They're both males, and I lean down and I talk to the dogs and say, "You're going to a great home. Thank you so much for yesterday. I love you guys, and I just want you to have the best possible lives that you can have."
We do lead dangerous lives.
They just kind of look at you and they're like, it's like, yeah, I think I probably will rename them.
I don't blame you.
If you say so, you're their daddy now.
All right. He kind of looks at them. He looks at them for a minute, and as you guys begin to kind of walk away, you watch they're like sitting in front of him, and he's got his fists in his hips, and he's looking at them, and you hear him, yeah, you're Arathis, and you're Pelor. And you watch they kind of, you hear them go, oof. And they're like, all right, come. And they say he heads into the building with them, and the door closes as you all begin to leave. So you are 3,200 gold richer. It is getting to be mid to late afternoon in the city of Zadash. What would you like to do now?
Should we head back?
I was going to say dinner theater, but okay, if you want to.
It might be there. So, shouldn't we pay for our stuff from the
Oh, yes.
guy? What was his name again?
What time is it though?
He said late afternoon.
It's
The
like
shop
mid
might still be open, yeah.
to late afternoon.
Yeah, the shop might still be open.
Did you hear what I said? Okay, so apparently I glitched out. So I was going to say, shouldn't we go to that clone guy and buy more of the stuff that we wanted, since now we have money?
Yes, my helmet should be ready.
Yeah, the invulnerable vagrant. That's a tongue twister.
Quite.
He was
That's
nice.
why I
Let's
didn't
go.
say it.
So you guys are heading off to the invulnerable vagrant.
Yes.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, hold on a second. Alright, so you begin making your way over to the Pentamarket. And as you make your way into the Pentamarket, you can see it's still bustling. There you can see all of the different vendors that are still selling their wares and hawking their items, and people just kind of walking through. It always seems to be very, very bustling and a very, very energetic place to be. As you make your way through, you can see the green and gold building that the invulnerable vagrant currently is. So you open the door and make your way inside. You can hear the ding, 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 ding of the bell that the door, as it opens, begins to alert. And standing behind the counter, kind of looks like looking over paperwork, is Pumatsol. And as the door opens and the bell rings, says, "Oh, why, hello there. Good. Ooh, I recognize all of you. Welcome back. How are all of you doing?"
Thanks. We're good.
Alrighty, all right. So, what can I do for you today?
Do you have that mask ready for me? The glowy eyes?
Yeah, the helmet, the dread helm. Yeah, that's all prepared for you and ready to go. Let me go get that for you. Kind of turns around, kind of goes into the back room. And as you look around, I mean, it doesn't seem like they've filled this up much in the last 2 days. It seems to be the same things that you saw prior. There's nobody currently in here. And as he goes into the back room, you can see there's like a ladder up to the second floor. And you watch as like a hatch opens from the ceiling, and you watch 2 feet start coming down the ladder. And as you do, there's Pumatsol. And he kind of turns and goes, "Oh, why, hello there. How are all you doing? Are you being helped?"
Yes.
All right, that's great. That's wonderful and good to know. Oh, wait, I recognize all of you. It's a pleasure to see you all again.
Good to see you too.
At this point, the other Pumat comes back out, and he's got like this leather sack, and he kind of brings it over. He goes, "Alrighty, here you go." And he kind of pulls the sack down, and you can see it's the same shape, but there is like this. It is no longer like this black, like really terrible black looking helmet. It is more like a blue gunmetal color now.
Cool.
And he looks at it and he's like, "All right, so the enchantment took pretty well. And so now you will be able to actually, you get to choose the command word to actually make your eyes all kind of bluey glowy, though, like you had requested. And also you can actually add an additional command word to make the clouds come out and just kind of like, woo, like around you, if you wanted to do something like that. It's additional thing that we kind of threw in there at no charge.
Awesome.
And it also, as requested, is the new leather smell with it. And that is actually part of the enchantment and will never ever fade.
Fantastic. Can I wear it out?
Oh, absolutely. Would you? Okay, yeah. I thought maybe you might want me to gift wrap for you, but here you go.
No. Yeah, I'd like to wear it. So I just like put it on, but I don't activate the eyes or smoke.
Okay. Yeah. And so yeah, as he puts it on, you all kind of see like almost like this shadow falls over his face, and his face is pretty much obscured. You really cannot see his face. It's almost like a shadow. You can see the shadow of a nose, the shadow of his mouth and chin, but you don't see like his skin. You don't see his eyes. It's just more shadowy than anything else.
Is it like the face of like his echo in a sense?
No, it's more. It reminds you. It's the helmet itself looks more like Magneto's helmet. So it's kind of like a little bit of open face, but you know, it's not the whole face that's open. It's just like there's this like little slit so he can see, and then it comes down. And it's still, even without the glowing eyes and the ominous smoke, it is still a little intimidating, but it's definitely a hell of a lot less intimidating than it was when you first got it.
Right.
You look pretty spooky there, Squall.
What's more important is that I don't stand out as much with the blue skin.
Activate the eyes. Activate the eyes. I want to see him. I want to see him.
Not now.
It's not a toy.
Oh, it's definitely not a toy, but if you're looking for like magical toys, I can kind of help you out with that.
Oh,
What do you have?
Oh, let me show you. And he kind of goes behind the counter. He's like, this one's kind of my favorite. And he kind of pulls out like what looks like a small little wooden top, right? And he kind of pulls the little leather cord on the top, and you watch it start spinning. And then as it's spinning, the first revolution, another top appears and begins spinning next to it. And then another one appears and starts spinning next to it. And then by the time it finishes spinning, you watch as 6 separate tops just kind of fall over and stop spinning. And he goes, I really like that one.
It's delightful.
Yeah. But I gotta wait like 2 hours to figure out which is the real one.
In the meantime, like 6 different children could be playing with them.
Oh, that was the intent behind it. Great minds think alike.
I agree.
Yes. Jarina, was it?
yes. First out of game, do I recognize this because of my background?
No, this is something you haven't seen before. I mean, you've seen tops before, but you've never seen a top do this.
Gotcha. And in game, Pumat Soul, do you know where I can get components?
Well, what kind of components are you looking for?
I am not entirely sure. I just have a feeling that I need some things.
All right, so with a non-specific request like that, it's going to be a little difficult for me to help you because I could generally just go and point you outside to the Penta Market and go, maybe somebody there can help you. But if you gave me a little more to go on, I could probably point you in a more specific direction.
Okay, out of game, it's for a spell that I've never used before. It's for Shield of Faith. It's a small parchment with a bit of holy text written on it.
Okay. Well, yeah, you would actually have to tell him that. Like that, if that's a component you need, you can tell him exactly what you're looking for.
Okay, so if I've never used that spell before and wouldn't know that I need that, how would could I just meditate and just ask Melora in my head?
Well, no, what you would have to do is you'd have to describe the spell and what you're trying to accomplish, and then see if he could help or not.
One more question. Can I have nondescript dreams as a player?
What do you mean? Just like you're at the beach kind of dreams?
I had a dream and my companion had this shimmering shield to symbolize the Shield of Faith or something like that for a spell that I've never used before.
That's something you would have to talk with me about prior to game.
Gotcha.
To kind of if it has to do with game mechanics or role play mechanics, that's something that you and I would discuss.
Heard. Okay, then never mind.
Okay.
Pumat Soul,
Yes.
do you know where I can get some diamonds worth about 50 gold each?
Oh, well, there are a couple of jewelers out there in the Penta Market that might be able to help you. If you're looking for kind of raw jewels, you probably want to go, you don't want to go to the jewelers. Jewelers they kind of deal more with like the, they kind of cut jewels and kind of embedded inside of jewelry and such. Depends on the kind you're looking for. But jewelers are a good way to go sometimes.
It's for a spell. I need it for a spell component. So DM, would raw be
Yeah, it just has to be a diamond. Doesn't have to be unless it says cut diamond or raw diamond. It could be any kind of diamond.
awesome. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So he goes, well, yeah, well, if you let's see. You could probably trying to think here. Yeah, so you're gonna probably have to go to a couple of the jewelers. There's at least 5 or 6 of them out in the Penta Market. If they don't have what you're looking for, they could probably point you in a more specific direction. I can do component stuff. My stuff is very specific. It has to do more with components for enchantments and things of that nature.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I'm sorry that I couldn't be of more help.
Is there a jeweler close by that I can go to?
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. Right out there, if you go right out, and he kind of comes around the, and again, Pumasol is he's about 7.5, almost 8 feet tall. Just kind of comes around and walks over to the door, leans down and kind of points in a direction. And he goes, well, yeah, if you want to go over there, and you could probably talk to, what's his name? He's got that's Gakoth right over there. And you can see where he's pointing. There's a kind of building. There's a couple of different stalls in front of it, but towards the top of the building, it looks like there's a gargoyle, kind of hunched over. Gakoth, he could probably help you out. He's the biggest jeweler here in the Penta Market. There are a couple of smaller ones, but if anybody knows the jewels that you're probably going to need, it's gonna be him.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, you're very welcome. Well, is there anything else I can do for you folks?
Yes. So, last time we talked about how I'm a monk and using armor would.
Oh yeah, you're the guy with the really long name that you kind of shrunk to Galen. I remember you.
Yes. Is it you said that there were magical components, there was stuff I could give you and you could turn into protection rings. Were there other things you could turn magical?
Oh, well, that is generally what we do here. We take not so great things and we make them better.
Well, and Galen takes off his silver gauntlets that he's had for a while. Could you turn these into some form of protection? Can you make them magical in a way to protect me?
He kind of takes them from you. Well,
they're not made for magical purposes. I remember you were asking about that.
Right.
Time at a ring, but
so basically, you would like us to take these not so great bracers and make them a little better by protecting yourself?
Yeah, magically, of course.
All right. Yeah, we could probably do something like that. Let me go talk to Prime there. Hold on a second.
Rowan excuses herself and heads off to use the loop.
Okay. So he goes off into the back room.
DM,
yes.
Just real quick to kind of explain what I want. I kind of want him to make braces of protection that give me like a +2 AC?
We're actually getting there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Prime comes out and he's like, "Hey, so I heard I was needed out here for a specific. Somebody needs protection enchantments put on these bracers. You there? Okay.
Yes.
So exactly how much protection? There's like there are different levels of protection here. You've got your basic, you got your medium, and you got your holy. Yeah, hey, listen, I really need to be protected. So what are we looking at here?
Well, I can handle myself quite nicely. I guess. I'm guessing the extremely powerful one is super expensive. I'm just assuming.
Well, I mean, it's. Don't get me wrong. It's one of the more basic enchantments. It will take longer because we are imbuing more magic within the item, and it is a delicate process to say the least. So not only does it take time, but it does take components and materials to make sure that you will be as protected as possible, and also protects the item itself. I mean, many magical items are almost indestructible based on the enchantments that are put on them, and we actually here at the Invulnerable Vagrant make sure that we have the best enchanted items that you will ever find within the Empire. So you are correct there in your assumption of the highest one, which would be essentially you're looking at, using these specific bracers here. The highest one there, you're looking at, and he seems to be like making calculations in his head. Yeah, you're looking at a turnaround of probably about a month. And it's going to cost you about 25,000 gold pieces.
Okay, and the least expensive one.
Oh, the basic. The basic, yeah. Basic, you're looking at also like a turnaround of anywhere between 3 to 4 weeks. Depends on exactly, my time frame. I'm also enchanting lots of other things as well. But that is absolutely going to be cheaper because there's a little less components involved there. You're looking at about 2,000 gold for those. So I see a little bit of trepidation there on your face. There is that not doable at the moment?
At the moment, no.
All right.
Though, possibly in the future. So I don't want to make empty promises right now.
Oh no, that's fine. That's the moment that you are financially flush, as they say. Please feel free to come back, and then we can continue to talk business. That's no problem at all. He hands your bracers back to you.
Alrighty then. Note to self: need at the very least 2,000 gold.
Well, yeah. If and I will tell you, I'll say this. Hold on 1 second. And he begins to make kind of calculations in his head. Now I am continually, I'm continuously making enchanted items here for the shop. So definitely you should check in occasionally. But because on occasion I do have in stock bracers of defense. Now that's a little different than what you're asking for. You're literally asking for protection enchantment, which is very different than a defense enchantment. For a type like yourself with the person with the hands, right? You use the hands, who doesn't use a lot of armor there. You probably want something along the lines of bracers of defense. That is something that I do make on occasion. And just so you are aware, and you can actually start putting the money together for it. Usually goes for about anywhere between 6,500 and 7,000 gold pieces. But definitely something you might want to look into, considering what you said. Being like the whole handsy type of guy.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not a problem. I am absolutely happy to help.
Rowan comes back in and asks, how much was that cloak of invisibility again?
Cloak of Invisibility.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me take a look. Actually, I gotta get back to work. Pumat number 1. But you help her out. Like, no problem. I got it. All right. It was a pleasure seeing you all again. I gotta get back to work. Prime kind of goes back inside. Alrighty there. So you were looking for the Cloak of Invisibility, you said. Let me take a.
I forgot what the price was. I remember it was very high, but I thought I would ask just in case.
Yeah, if I recall. Let's see now. Because yeah, we actually did have somebody come in who was looking for it, and Prime asked me to possibly put it on hold. But if that's something that you were interested in, it's about 90,000 gold pieces.
Holy cannolis. Alrighty. Well, thank you for sharing that with me.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem.
I will write it down now so I don't pester you again about that.
It's quite all right. Well, see, here's the thing, and it's something that I unfortunately have to keep explaining to people, but I don't mind. So because of the war, we are pretty much cleared out of what we call our usual stock items, and that leaves the other items that we have in very high demand. Usually, we're not one of those unscrupulous places that likes to jack up the prices for people. We actually just like to actually have you pay what the actual item is worth. But unfortunately, occasionally we have some people who actually are part of the empire and the, part of the actual process of running either the city or the actual nation, come in and ask for specific things. And sometimes we got to put them on hold. But we're also, besides being wonderful enchanters, we're also happen to be business people. So if you were to actually put down 90,000 gold pieces right here, I would just have to tell that unfortunate person, oh, I'm sorry, but the cloak has been sold.
I'm sorry. Can you explain to me how there are 4 or 5 of you?
That old chestnut. We collectively, we are all Pumat Soul. I am what you would actually, but Prime there, he's actually like the original, and we are what you call simulacrum. We are copies of the original.
Are you perfect copies, or do you have different personalities or different, specialties?
He kind of looks over to the other Pumat who's at the end, like at the other end. Because I don't know, what do you think? Are we kind of like different, or it's like, well, no, I don't know. Well, I gotta think about that. That's a really difficult question. Nobody's ever asked that one. I'm gonna have to think on that one. And he goes, yeah, probably. I'm gonna have to think on that one too.
0.
He just covered his camera. It's fine. It's like, so yeah, but I mean, we're kind of all the same guy.
So you're enchanted enchanters.
Kinda, yeah. That's an interesting take on it. We're actually not enchanted, but that's I like the alliteration there. It kind of works for that. But I mean, while Prime is the actual enchanter, we just assist.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's nothing like working for yourself.
Yeah, you'll always get along with yourself.
Yeah, and you don't have to deal with other people. You always agree with yourself.
Totally.
Before we wrap up, did you have any potions left in stock?
Oh, we might have a few. I could take a look if you like. What kind of potions are you looking for?
Just a couple extra on hand. How much are the graders again?
Oh, the greater healing. Let me take a look. Let me see if I have any more. And he actually kind of goes behind the counter, and you can kind of hear like the clanking of like bottles He starts pulling. You can see he starts pulling up some potions. All right, I actually have one greater healing potion. But I have 4 of the regulars. The greater healing potion there. That is going to cost you. Why do I always blank on this? I'm usually pretty good at this. Hold on 1 second there. I swear I've got this information. Because this is what I do for a living, and I'd be a pretty damn bad businessman if I didn't know.
Well, you got a lot on your plate, so little things like this tend to slip to mind.
Oh yeah. Occasionally, it is an issue, but let's see. All right, here we go. The greater healing potion. Those are going to run you 200 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm. And you said you had 4 of the regulars, and how much are those?
Yeah, those are gonna be 50 gold apiece.
Okay, so I'll take it all. That will be 400, right?
All right, yes, Mr. Big Spender. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let me package that for you. And he actually pulls up this small crate that's kind of like separated into like squares, and he just kind of puts them in there for you, and he kind of like passes it over. So there you go. That'll be 400 gold pieces.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right.
I have a feeling we might need it.
All right. That's a pleasure doing business with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Puma, did you have a ring of invisibility, or did you say you were out of those?
Oh no! All of the jewelry pieces that we had, unfortunately, are all gone.
Thank you.
We could do that if you like. If you brought us a nice ring that was you want to make a lot nicer, we could probably do that for you.
I missed what that cost.
Oh, that'll run you about 100,000 gold pieces. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Oh, invisibility is one of the most difficult enchantments that you could possibly ever do. The components are extremely rare and difficult to find. Now, if you had some of those components
Are
on
they
you,
invisible? Is that why they're difficult to find?
I'm actually not sure. Like Prime knows exactly what the components are, but I always hear him complaining about, oh, this is so difficult to find, and I can't, I never find this, and it's so expensive when I do, and invisibility. Trust me, a lot of people come in here asking for invisibility.
I really think Galen could use something like that. Would it have to be a special ring you enchant, or just a regular ring?
Well, if you find a ring that's primed and prepared for enchantment, that's going to make things a lot easier. But if it's just a regular ring, we can still enchant it. But part of the process is actually preparing it to receive the enchantment. So that's included in the cost.
I see.
All right. Is there anything else that you require?
I think I'm done for today.
All right. Well then, it's been a pleasure seeing you all again. Thank you for spending your hard-earned money, and I hope to see you again.
Oh, we'll be back.
Well, that's excellent to hear. You be careful now.
Thank you.
All right, goodbye. And the other Puma's like, goodbye. And you hear it behind the,
Bye.
you hear behind the curtain. All right, bye.
Bye, Prime.
And you make your way out of the invulnerable vagrant. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I want to go to that jewelry shop.
Okay. So you begin making your way over to the building that Pumat had pointed out to you, where the individual he said that you need to see is named Gakoth. You start making your way over there, and you can see, yeah, this is probably one of the larger buildings in the Pentamarket. It's a little smaller than the Invulnerable Vagrant from what it looks like on the outside, but definitely big. And the gargoyle out in front is just kind of holding. It's actually holding up a sign, and the sign just has it's like a plaque with a picture of a ring with a beautiful jewel in the middle of it.
Okay, I walk in.
Okay. As you
I
walk,
follow her because I'm nosy.
okay. As you walk in, you you kind of make your way inside. You can see there are numerous display cases. One display case is filled with looks like bracelets and necklaces. Another display case has a number of rings inside of them. You go to on the other side of the actual room. There are even more display cases, and you can see what look like torques and circlets, like all different types of jewelry, beautifully crafted, beautifully made. There are jewels in all of these different things. Some very simple and basic, others definitely more complex. And behind the counter, you see an individual kind of standing there, kind of grayish skin, very like stark white hair, and very sharp angular features. They are wearing a long black flowing robe, and the accents are a lighter gray. And as you walk in, he kind of looks at all of you, goes, hello and welcome to Gathox. I am Gakoth. What can I do for you?
I asked Jarena. Did Jarena follow me in?
I don't know.
Jarena?
No.
Just give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Very well.
That's my earphones that just fell off my head.
He looks a little perturbed.
I quickly go outside and ask Jarena what type of diamond she needs for to revive somebody who has died.
I don't know.
Rowan's looking around at all the jewelry.
So she needs raw or cut?
I don't know.
That's metagaming.
How do you know about jewels that bring people back to life?
I could have sworn that she mentioned it in one of the encounters that we had.
Out of game, maybe.
Well, all right, never mind. I go back in.
Okay.
Hello, sir. My name is Sora, and I was wondering if you had any raw diamonds uncut for about 50 gold apiece.
Hello, Sora. It's a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, no, we don't actually have raw uncut. We actually get our jewels pre-cut out of Rexington. And that's how and then once we actually receive them, we put them into these beautiful items that you see before you. We actually don't cut the jewels here.
And do you know, excuse me, do you know of anybody in the city who actually has any raw uncut?
Make a persuasion check.
$18.
18. It kind of looks at you, and he kind of leans over the counter closer to you, goes, well, there's not a lot of individuals who would actually know about this. But there is one person that might have uncut jewels that you're looking for. Don't tell her I sent you. If you actually want to find them. You want to probably go to Suvo's Secrets. If you go outside of the building, make a right, walk about 500 feet or so, you'll see a large gray tent. Can't miss it. It's striped, kind of garish. That's Suvo's Secrets. She might have what you're looking for. She has a lot of odd things.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the information. And I hand him 5 gold.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And he takes it, puts it away. I'm glad to have helped you.
Rowan's ogling the sapphires in one of the cases.
Please don't breathe on the cases. Thank you. Is there anything else you guys want to do while you're in here?
No, I'm
I
going to go
ask
and
him if
look.
there's appraisal.
You ask him for what, Rowan?
Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sora. She just took a bite. I ask him if he does appraisals.
He goes, yes, of course we do appraisals.
I show him my key. Do you know anything about this?
He looks at it and says, may I?
Certainly. I may have to go outside to get my my money, though, if you charge me for this.
Oh, I absolutely will charge you. Yes, this is not free service.
Okay. No, I didn't think so. I'm going to have to get my money from my friend out there.
All right.
I run out to Rita.
As she starts talking...
Sora, go ahead.
As she starts talking to the jeweler, I leave and I go look for the tent.
Okay.
I go out to Jarena and ask for my cut.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it to everybody already.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Thank you,
457 gold pieces.
You're so awesome. I run back inside.
Okay. So he goes, all right, so if you would like me to praise your key thing, it's that'll be 5 silver.
Okay. I give him 5 silver, and then I ask him if he would be able to give me the history behind it.
He's like, well, I have to take a look at it first. So you hand it to him. He kind of puts the jewel to. He takes like a jeweler's glass and he begins to kind of inspect it. Well, this is definitely. Oh, looks like Uthadurnian make. Interesting. And then he begins turning it over. You see him actually flip the lens on the jeweler's eye that he's looking. He's like, where did you acquire this?
It was a gift.
Oh, they must have really liked you. Can't see why. So, are you looking to sell this?
Oh no, I just was wondering if you assign a value or a history to it. What did you say it was? What kind of make was it?
Oh, it's of Uthadurnian make. It is it's a conglomeration of Elvish and Dwarvish stylings.
Oh, interesting. I'd never heard of that.
Yes. The Uthadurn is far north of here. But it's probably somewhere from there. There's a bit of Elvish and a bit of Dwarven and something else I can't quite make out. The materials themselves It's interesting, and it must be it's magical in some nature, yes, because it.
Once in a while, it glows blue.
Yeah. So, you probably need someone with magical abilities to kind of tell you a little more, like, because it looks. I can't even tell the type of metal that is used in it, and normally I can tell most metals, especially if they're precious. But this is beyond me. I apologize.
No apologies necessary. I knew more before I came in.
All right. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You do the same. And stop breathing on my cases. And he just turns around and just goes back to behind his desk.
Rowan goes back to the group.
All right, Sora, you begin going towards the location he told you where Suvo's Secrets is. Is anybody going with Sora?
I follow Sora.
Okay. Anyone else?
Sure.
All right.
I'll go
Okay.
with her.
Okay. Rowan, Sora, Squall, and Leah, you watch as Sora like comes out, waits for a moment, and then makes her way. You begin following her. And you come across this tent. And it is very clearly it doesn't belong in the Pentamarket. It is just completely different and stands out in a kind of like Addams Family kind of way. Like it's a beautiful day, but somehow it's a little grayish around the tent. The tent itself is white with these gray stripes. So you are currently in front of it, and the flap is closed. Do you go in?
I sort of tap at the tent. I don't want to be presumptuous.
You just tap at the tent?
Yeah, at
Okay.
you see the flap is closed, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
tap loudly, like clap
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah. It just kind of flaps inward.
Rowan
All right,
strides right
so
by her,
I-
goes
I-
in.
Okay. All right. So
I
Rowan goes right
follow.
in. Sorry, you go in. Lee and Squall, you're going into?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you go in, and this is one of those like very round tents, almost like a yurt. You walk in and you can see there are shelves, and they're all empty. And immediately in front of you, maybe about 10 feet away, you can see an older dragonborn sitting in what looks like a rocking chair. And then there's like almost like a counter, like almost in front of her to the left, but you can kind of see her, and her knees are kind of like up, and she's kind of like rocking back and forth. She's a gold scale dragonborn like you are, Sora, but you can see the greenish tinges around the edges, depicting how old she actually is. She seems fairly like an elderly dragonborn. She's wearing kind of like black clothing, and she's just kind of rocking back and forth. And as you all walk in, she just stops rocking, and she's just staring at all of you.
I give her a deep bow, and I say, "Greetings. We were just wandering around the market and saw your tent and was curious as to what you may have for sale."
Welcome to Suvo's Secrets. I am Suvo.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Suvo.
It is a pleasure to meet you as well. I sell my secret things here. What are you looking for?
I'm actually looking for components. I need raw diamond.
You are looking for diamonds?
Yes, ma'am.
I might have diamonds.
Oh, and Sora gets kind of excited.
Let me see if I have them. And you watch as she kind of reaches behind her and she's still just staring at all of you. And she pulls over this large sack. It's like about like 3 or 4 feet high. And she just kind of grabs it and she pulls it over. And you can hear what sounds like the clanking of like metal and just various wood and thing. And she just kind of pulls them over and she begins kind of digging into the sack, still staring at all of you. And she goes, 1, 2, 3, and she continues to do this until she counts out 5 diamonds, raw diamonds of various sizes. And she goes, those are the diamonds I have.
Which ones are about 50 gold apiece?
She kind of looks at them. This one.
The diamond in the rough.
Is 25 roughly gold pieces. She puts it
A little bit
down.
larger?
She pulls the next one. This larger one. About 65 gold pieces. She puts it down.
Okay. Do you have another one of that size? The 65 gold one?
This one, just about the same size. 65 gold pieces.
I'll take both of those.
That will be 130 gold pieces.
I hand over 130.
She kind of takes it, puts it into that large sack, and you hear the coins just like ting ting, like just drop into it. Do you require any more of these diamonds?
No, but I am curious as to what else you sell.
I have many things. Are you
What's
looking
about
for something specific? My secrets.
They sound awesome.
Would you like to see my secrets?
I do.
And she takes the diamonds that are left and she just scoops them up and just puts them into the sack. And she goes and again, still just looking into the sack and just staring at all of you. She begins pulling stuff out and she begins just pulling out like the most random shit that you've ever seen. Like there is a jar with something floating in it. Like the liquid is brown and brackish, and it's really hard to tell what the fuck is floating in it, but it looks maybe a brain. You're not sure. It's like really, really obscure. And then she pulls out what looks like this dried, like it looks like a dried claw of some kind. She pulls out a skull. And the skull looks like it only has what could have been one large eye in the middle. And then she pulls out what looks like, the best way to describe it is it looks like the leg of a chair, but clearly it wasn't pulled off of a chair. Like there's no, like it's beautifully made. Like it is like there's this scroll work around it. The stain is beautiful. It looks like it's like this cherry wood color. There's like gold leafing on it, but it just looks like the leg of a chair. And she kind of puts them out.
What that is?
That is the Club of Palor. It is said that Palor himself came down and granted his champion this club to go forth and do battle with the forces of darkness.
It looks like a leg of a chair.
That's what he wants people to think. But it is truly the weapon of a champion.
Rowan believes every word she says.
Are you interested in it?
It really is lovely, but I do have my own staff.
It is a deal for 200 gold pieces.
Rowan seriously thinks about this, but he goes, "Can we see more of your secrets?"
Yes. And she kind of puts it down, and then she pulls up the claw. She goes, the aged claw of a magical owl bear. It is said, if you wish upon the claw in a full moon in the middle of the forest, there is a 10% chance that your wish will be fulfilled. 75 gold pieces.
Well, that's a steal.
It is.
I'm gonna
Maybe
walk out of the tent.
I shouldn't sell it to you. And she kind of pulls it back slightly. You walk out of the tent, Skull?
I can't. Yeah, I'm walking
Okay.
out.
Okay. What else are you interested in?
What else you got?
She grabs the jar. This. And she starts looking around. And she begins to kind of scoot in slightly with her rocking chair, so it kind of scrapes along the floor. This is said to be the brain of the Lich God Vecna.
Get the hell out.
That is what is said.
Wasn't that the one that made the Trogers?
I don't know what that is.
It's a troll and an ogre, and they're terrifying.
That sounds terrible.
Yes.
But this is not what that is. This is said to be the brain of the Lich God Vecna. And should it actually begin to move and swirl on its own accord, it is said that you will actually know. I don't know. It's just it was. I just found it, like a few years ago. It's kind of weird looking. 10 gold.
What else you got?
And she pushes forward the skull, and she kind of says, the one-eyed ogre. This is his skull. That's it. It's just a skull of a one-eyed ogre.
It's really cool. How much is it?
2 gold pieces.
Gold.
That would be 2 gold.
Every 2 gold. With flourish.
Enjoy. And she just hands it to you.
Rowan is ecstatic.
Do you require to see any more of my secrets?
I think I've reached my limit for today. Your secrets, maybe we'll be back.
I will be here. And she begins to kind of shove everything back into her sack.
Good day.
Goodbye. And enjoy your purchases.
And I leave full of happiness and wonder as I'm admiring this skull.
As I'm standing by the front of the tent, and I just see Rowan walk out, and I'm just shaking my head in disappointment, knowing that any money was spent from. But I don't say a word to her because I just don't feel like I'd penetrate that gleeful expression.
This would be a great subject for my next sketch.
So, Sora, you begin leaving the tent too?
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you very much. You helped me out immensely, and I take my leave.
As you begin to walk out, she puts a hand on your shoulder.
I start and look.
And she begins to stand up. And as she does, you didn't realize how tall she was. She's at least a good 1.5 to 2 feet taller than you. And you can hear like her bones creaking and cracking as she gets up. And she kind of looks, as she kind of stands up to you, she goes, "Don't stay too long in the Empire. Our kind are looked upon not favorably here. You seem fresh-faced and naive. So take this as free advice from someone who knows. Do not trust the Empire."
Yes, Mom. Thank you so much for the advice. We don't plan on staying too long here.
She kind of nods. She sits back in the rocking chair. You can hear her creaking again as she kind of sits. She goes, "Enjoy your purchases.
Thank you again. I take my leave.
Goodbye." And you leave. And that's the perfect time to take a break. All right. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will see what our adventurers do from this point after leaving Suvo's secrets. So stay with us, and we'll see you when we get back. And we are back. So, all right. So you have you are all still in the Penta Market. You have acquired various items, some of questionable natures. What would you all like to do now?
Look for something to eat and maybe go see my dog.
I want to buy some fish for Maya.
Okay.
I say, hey, Squall, check out the skull I got.
Very, very nice, Bron. Very
It's got
nice.
one eye. How cool is this?
Very cool.
I know.
I'm glad you're satisfied with your purchase.
I am very satisfied. And it's not just the object, it's the stories behind them.
Right. Right.
So,
Okay.
where are we staying for the night?
Can we contact Leo?
I don't think he gave us anything to return to.
No, he told us if we didn't return that we would have to figure out our own way back to the home.
Here's an idea. I'm fine not being at his place. I don't like. It's not that I don't like him. It's just that the gate gets rid of this. So, with the gate going towards Leopold's place, kind of gets rid of the thing. So, I'm fine just staying behind or staying at an inn, or if he feels like he's willing to teleport me to his place, that's fine. But I'm fine just being out here with maybe like a partner at an inn, and then you guys filling this in.
Well, I kind of miss my dog.
Maybe you can see him at dinner theater. You want to see if he's over there? At the theater that we met him at last night?
I doubt it if he's there. I wonder if we go back to the Herald, if he can get a message to Leopold for us.
Let's not poke the bear.
Sorry?
That's an expression, I'm sorry. Let's not poke the bugbear. The less we hang out, those guard, the better, I think.
Well, he seemed to like me, so maybe I can ask.
Okay. I think we can figure out a way to contact Leopold.
If he's at that place, that'd be great. But if he isn't, well, that's fine.
Okay, well, let's go find an inn then where we can get something to eat.
Okay. So you're trying to find an inn to get something to eat?
I guess we can go to the dinner theater place first and check and see if he's there. But if not, we should probably have some place to stay for the night.
Okay.
You're right. I like the tavern we were staying at before.
No, let's try someplace else in case
What?
people.
Well,
Try
let's
to
go
look
to the
for
dinner
us.
theater to find Leopold, and he's not there, then we can discuss taverns or inns afterward.
Galen, remember that tavern we went to with the mustachioed orc?
We don't talk about that. Remember? Do you not remember what happened? You don't remember? Okay. We're not going back. I don't think the orc guy wants us back
I didn't
anyway.
say we should go back. I just said remember.
Yes. And we both agreed what happens there at the Mustache Inn stays at the Mustache Inn.
While
Agreed.
they're discussing, can I go buy some fish?
Yeah, easy enough. You're able to buy a fish. It's going to cost you probably about 2 silver.
For how many fish?
You said you wanted getting it for Maya?
Yeah, small
Yeah.
fish.
Yeah, you get like a small packet of like sardine type fish. There's about a dozen in them.
2 silver. Heard.
All right. Anything else? All right. So you all begin to make your way to the Song and Supper Inn, the last place you had seen Leopold the evening before. As you make your way there, you go through the front door. You can see there's a young lady that is standing behind the counter, and directly behind her, where you saw the stage and the actual like seating and such, it seems to be currently empty. And as you walk in, the young lady goes, we're just about getting ready. We're not another 10 or 15 minutes before lunch, for before evening, because they're still setting up and prepping if you want to wait.
Of course, that's no problem.
All right. Sure. So yeah, we'll I'll seat you. Follow me, please. And she brings you down and kind of seats you. You have basically there's nobody in here. And she goes, it's interesting. Most people don't actually come during a practice performance. So it'll be nice to have some folks here. So there is a 2 drink minimum. Going to need to make sure that you at least spend for at least one purchase of the special this evening as well. And outside of that, enjoy your evening and enjoy the practice. They'll be practicing one of their plays this evening.
Thank you.
Sounds like fun, actually.
So yeah, over the course of the evening, it's going to cost you. The drinks are very expensive. So, and it's a 2 drink minimum for each of you. So with dinner, the drinks and everything else, it is going to cost you all about 1 gold, 10 silver.
Oh, okay.
You have to recall 1 gold is a lot of money for most people. So I say expensive, but for you, possibly not.
We're a bunch of privileged motherfuckers, aren't we?
Mhm.
We just got paid. We're all right.
So you and again, the food is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. And the practice performance, the actors come out onto the stage and are very surprised to actually see people sitting and eating and watching. And for the first maybe half hour or so, there is this very awkward, like them practicing and then every now and then just stopping and staring at you for a moment, like trying to get your deal. But then continuing. And then after that half hour, they just completely ignore the fact that you're there and then, practice and continue to do their performances. You see them do like they're trying to figure out how to do quick changes of costumes and makeup. They are practicing their lines. Occasionally they get them wrong. And there's actually, you didn't realize it at first, but there is like this small little bump in the front of the actual stage. And occasionally you hear somebody's voice kind of call out lines from the area when they kind of miss it. But outside of that, it's a pretty pleasant evening. As you all kind of eat, enjoy the atmosphere, and kind of like, again, it's pretty nice to actually have this whole place to yourselves.
At the very end, I make sure I clap loudly to let them know they did a great job, and I will whistle too a couple times. And then I go, "Hey, Galen, Galen, you got to make friends with these people. They probably have that stage makeup, so you don't have to rely on that stupid hat.
I'm sure it's not.
Yeah, so they're just like as you kind of start clapping, they kind of like you see them like getting ready to just like walk off stage, and they kind of stop and turn around, and they all just kind of begin to bow.
Excellent.
Thank you. And the majority of them begin to walk off the stage, and you see this young like half elf guy who is like, he comes out and he begins kind of clearing up the costuming and props, and you see him like packing up makeup and like some musical instruments that they kind of pulled out for as part of their props, the props that they used. And he begins to kind of like pack all of that stuff up.
Hey, what's your name? What's your name?
Well, me?
Yeah, are you a stagehand?
Well, yeah. That's why I'm kind of surprised you're asking my name.
Yeah. I mean, they couldn't do it without you, could they?
They probably could, but it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
No, they rely on you. They rely on you for everything to be in its place, where it's supposed to be. Their makeup, the stage set.
Well, I'm usually kind of shit at it. I'm drunk most of the time, but again, you're very kind to say so.
Awesome.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
I have a friend who's drunk all the time too. His name is Galen. He's right over there.
Oh, hello.
He's interested in theater. Can he bend your ear about it? Oh, he's just being bashful. Can he just talk to you for a minute about the theater and stuff?
Sir, please go back to what you're doing.
Rowan, that's enough.
I'm very confused. But you all seem like kind people. Drunk friend, if you wish to talk, I'll probably be, just cleaning up and doing my thing. I'll have some booze in the back. But if otherwise, because you seem pretty like dead set against it, that's fine. I take no offense. It's very, very odd. But again, thank you for your kind words, Miss. I appreciate it.
Rock.
Thank you.
You wouldn't happen to know a Leopold, would you?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like old guy walks around with big metal guy.
Yeah, the Arcanist.
I don't know about that, but yeah, he's a nice guy. He loves our shows. He's a huge patron of the arts.
Do you guys send him messages when you have a new show to promote?
Oh yeah, all the time. We go. Well, I don't go because I don't look the part. One of the better actresses who she looks the part. She actually goes. She brings the flyers over to the Tri-Spires and she shoves it into the golem's mouth to make sure that he knows when we're actually doing our next performance.
Where's the Tri-Spires again?
Oh, it's and he just kind of like points in a general direction, and he's like, yeah, if you just follow over there and you come to the big walls where there's guards and they kind of tell you to stop and you can't go any further, and you kind of see like all the big spires. It's what's called the Tri-Spires. It's all the well-to-do of Zadesh live. So
All right, thank you very much. I hand him a gold.
You're very welcome. Do you need anything else?
Not at the moment. No, thank you.
Are you sure? My name's Jessup, and if you need anything, I'll be right there cleaning all this shit up. And I've got some booze in the back. So if it's not part of the 2 drink minimum, so you're not paying for it. It's just let me know if you need anything.
Thank you very much.
Very, very welcome. You sure you don't need anything?
Quite
What
sure,
kind of
thank
booze
you.
We'll
Oh.
keep you in mind. Thank
Oh,
you.
all right. No
What
worries,
kind
no
of
worries.
booze you got?
Kinda gets you fucked
Rowan.
up.
Rowan, on your own time. We really should be getting back.
We have to go. Nice meeting you.
It's nice meeting you too. Thank you for the kind words. I'm a little confused still, but okay, bye.
Bye. Have a great night.
You too.
So, being that we now know where the golem is, anybody else want to go with me?
He described exactly what you did last time. Like it was where when you first met Leopold and actually had to go through the gates and go up to the golem, like all of that sounded like familiar, like nothing new.
Right. Well,
we aren't the brightest lot now, are we?
what was that, baby?
We aren't the brightest lot, are we?
Yeah. Well, with everything going on, it slipped my mind. Is everybody okay with going back, or do you all
I'm completely
have
alright
different
with it.
plans?
It's best not to overcomplicate anything. So.
I guess one person should go and then let him know where we're at, and then he can just teleport all of us at once. So we're not all walking through that gate.
But if the golem is there, he'll just transport us all at once anyway.
Is he at the gate, or is he at the
If he is, then yes.
Well,
Okay.
if I recall last time, we had to go through the gate, and that's when Galen's disguise went down in front of all of the guards before we even got to the golem.
Yep.
Maybe you have the proof of our affiliation with the Von Scott family, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So do you want to go do the thing and get us back into the tower?
They should recognize us from last time, but I'll do it.
I'll go with you.
I'm still not gonna go in. I'm gonna still try and find a place because again.
Well, I'll be with you again.
Which way? Going through the gate or?
Me and Sora are going through the gate, and once all the coast is clear, we'll call you up.
Okay.
So, I tell Phoebe, Suvo warned me that we shouldn't stay in the Empire too long. I'd feel safer in the tower anyway.
This is precisely why I don't want us splitting up or overcomplicating a simple manner. So.
I'm coming with you and Sora.
Alright then.
Alright.
Let's go.
All
Did you need to pick up anything else, Jorina? Maybe for tomorrow we'll walk around the market?
Nope, I'm good. I got my fish for Maya.
Okay.
All right.
So we head out.
Okay,
Who
so
else is coming?
it's Jorina, Phoebe, and Sora. Okay. So the rest of you, what are the rest of you doing? You're just gonna kind of like wait outside the walls?
I think we should stay outside the Song and Supper, and we should let Sora and Phoebe know that's where we're going to be.
Okay.
Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys continue to have nightcaps. And Jessup is definitely occasionally every now and then it's like, you sure you don't need anything? And he's just like, no, we're fine. But Jorina, Phoebe, and Sora, you make your way through the Tri-Spire. You get up to the gate. And as you get up to the gate, there are two guards at the central gate. Because there are three different gates. to try to spire, one in the center and one on either side, but further down the walls. And as you approach, the one of the guards goes, "Halt! State your business."
We're family of Leopold von Scott.
Make a persuasion check. Do you show him the paper?
Yes.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
$18.
18. He kind of looks at the paper and kind of looks at the three of you. He's like, "You know where you're going, right?"
We're going to the golem.
Yeah. He kind of hands you the paper. "All right, got it."
Before we leave, I turn around to shout to the rest of the people, "The golem's here. Come along."
Oh no, they're in the Song of Supper Inn.
Oh, that's not. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's just you, Jarina, and Sora.
Okay, then they're gonna have a shit fun time trying to get in.
So you all make your way. You recall exactly which way you had to go. It wasn't too far from the gate. And standing in front of what looks like a gated piece of property, where there is clearly nothing on the property, and in front of the actual gate itself, the opening of these gates, is this massive iron golem with massive spikes jutting out of it and smoke pouring from the face. Where there was once the kind of like a bluish glow where the eyes and kind of centerpiece of the face was, it's now like this deep blood red color. And it's just standing there ominously unmoving. You begin to approach it, and as you get maybe within 5 feet of it, the head creaks and looks down at all of you. What do you do?
Hi, Norman.
Hi, Norman.
There's kind of a pause.
This is not Norman! Come on! This is the conduit that allows me to get to the house! Norman's here in the house!
Hi, Leopold.
Are you coming or what?
Of course.
Yes.
Alright, well touch him! Touch him!
I held on to the golem.
All right, so you hold on to the golem, and there's a flash of light. And as your vision clears, you're standing inside the teleportation circle, where there is an exact copy of the golem kind of standing there. And sitting in the room across from you, where you the very first time you actually met him, is Leopold. And it's just kind of sitting there. It's like, "Well, it took you long enough. What the fuck? Come on, where are the rest of you? Are they dead? Is it just the three of you? Is that what happened? They just died?"
No,
No.
they're staying with Galen, who, as you know, what happens when he crosses the gate.
Still haven't figured it out, huh?
Apparently not.
So you split the party. Good call.
They left. So,
All right, so they're staying at the inn, and you guys are staying here. Good for you. All right, see you in the morning. Good night. Gets up and begins to kind of, and you watch the disc kind of appear. He steps on it and begins to slowly float out of the room. Are you gonna stop him, or is that it?
Leopold, wait.
He stops. What?
I'm sorry to trouble you, but is it possible to ask for your assistance in getting the rest of the party here?
Kind of squints at you, Jarina, and he kind of furrows his brow. Make a
Yes, I
persuasion.
know.
Make a persuasion check. You have Grant has given you advantage. He has given you inspiration if you want to use it.
I am going to use it.
Okay.
That was an 18.
18. He kind of looks at you. He sighs and he shakes his head. It's like talking into the asshole of an owlbear. It's just fine. Where are they?
The theater in.
The what now?
The
I forget the
song and sung.
The Song and Supper?
Yeah, that
Yes.
place. It's lovely there.
Yeah, sure is. Let me go change into my actual wizard robes and not my sleeping robes. I'll be
Those
back.
look quite comfortable, though.
They're really comfy. I'm very annoyed that I have to change out of them. I'll be back. He kind of leaves. About 5 minutes go by. He comes back. He's now wearing his wizardly robes. All right. So, there's the Song of Supper in. You all, you don't have to come. You just go to bed. I'll go get him.
Okay, I owe you a drink tomorrow.
Yeah, you owe me a drink. Right. Okay.
I'll owe you 4 drinks.
Yeah, it's fucking. It just continues to mumble to himself as you just watch. You hear behind him as you begin to actually walk out of the room. You hear coming up the stairs, and then Norman comes rushing into the room, pushes through all of you, almost knocking you all over, and then just kind of like sidles up right behind him. All right, Norman, here we go. And you just watch as he begins to make these symbols and gestures, and him and Norman just disappear. Rowan, Squall, Leah, and Galen. You're kind of sitting in the Song of Supper Inn, kind of drinking, having a few drinks. At this point, Jessup is gone. Everything's cleared out. And again, there's nobody in here. You're just kind of by yourselves. And immediately, like, there's this kind of rush of wind that kind of like blows your hair back and some of your clothes. And you kind of close your eyes. And as you open your eyes, standing right next to you is Leopold, and standing behind him is Norman. So, your taxi service is here. Don't all get up at once.
Hi, Uncle Leo.
I told you to
Arcanist.
stop calling me that.
Hello, Arcanist Leopold von Scott the Great.
Arcanist. Oh, God. Come on. Let's just get the fuck out of here, please.
You can lead a drow to face paint, but you can't make him take it.
The
Yeah,
fuck? All right.
I silently make my way towards it.
Down here.
Yeah,
All right. Everybody touch Norman. Wow, you kind of did it. You really didn't have to. Just wanted to see if you would do it. Here, I'm teleporting you. Wow. Really? You guys are gullible. I'm surprised you're all alive still. All right.
So funny.
Me too.
All right. Well, everybody shut up. And it begins to just go through the motions again. And you all feel that rush and there's that flash. And as your again, your vision comes to, you are now all in the tower, in the room. All right. I'm going to bed. I want to see you all bright and early in the morning for breakfast.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good night. Come on,
Good
Norman.
night and thank you.
And he just getting and just mumbling, and it just leaves the room with Norman behind him. And you all make your way back to your respective rooms. Sora
Really is my favorite uncle.
Sora, your Spot is very happy to see you, but she seems very well taken care of.
I snuggle her, I scritch her, I pat her belly, I play with her.
Okay. And over the course of you all make it to your rooms, bed down for the evening. You get your respective rests and get back all of your hit points and any of the spell slots or anything that you lost. As you wake to the smells of breakfast. Definitely seems to be the smell of definite bacon in the air and other meats and vegetables. It smells delicious. You make your way upstairs after your morning routines, and sitting at the table already with Norman kind of standing, like looming behind him, is Leopold. He's like, all right, good morning. Get your food, sit your asses down.
Good morning to you too.
I just said that.
I know, I'm responding. And I just shove food in my mouth.
All right, get your food, sit down. And you all begin to get your food and sit down at the table. And as you're eating, he's like, all right, so how'd everything go? How'd your job go?
We got extra.
Surprisingly well.
Extra's always good.
Arcanist, I would like to share with you one of the groups we ran into. They were very unique, and I was wondering if you would have an interest in them because they seem to be magic users.
All right.
They're creepy. Number one, they had shaved heads, and they had no eyelids, and they had their tongues cut out and their mouths sewn shut. And they were ugly.
Sounds really fucked up.
That's what I said.
They all look like this?
Yes.
Sounds like a cult.
There's two groups.
The Myriad
Cut
too.
out what?
The who and the what now?
Myriad?
Oh fuck. Are you like what explain what happened with the Myriad?
We explain what happened.
Oh, good gods. And one of them got away?
We tried our hardest to catch him, but he had some kind of potion on him.
All right. So how do you all feel about living in here definitely?
Sounds fun.
I wouldn't mind a way in and out without having to go.
No. You've already got in. I'm saying, how do you feel about never coming out? Because if there's one thing I know is you don't fuck with the Myriad. You let them go about their business. And if you know about their business, you promptly forget about their business.
Do we tell him the time? I'm curious. Do we actually tell him our first encounters with the Myriad?
I don't know. Did you? Do you?
We did it. Yeah.
I guess we should tell him that this is not our first encounter, but last time there was no survivors. This time there was.
All right. So yeah, you regale him with all of the different your encounters and everything, and he very, very clearly, just intently, is listening to all of you. And he's just every now and then he's like, and
no matter what we do, we seem to keep running into them.
And he just kind of nods and he's like, all right, well, shit. Well, I never asked you, like, how'd it go at Pumat's? Like, did you get good stuff?
Sea
some good
squall's
stuff.
helmet?
If you can.
Oh
see
yeah,
the
like,
cool
but it
stuff.
looks different. Looks now it looks good on you. I really I like that. Yeah.
I show him my cloak, my new robes.
Very nice, very nice. And he kind of like, you see, he's actually like absent-mindedly like saying these things, and he looks like he's like deep in thought. And you just kind of keep eating, and for the next like 20 minutes or so, he seems very like pensive, and he's very, very much thinking, and he's kind of quiet. And then as you're all kind of finishing up breakfast, he's like, all right, man, I'd like to say something to all of you. The first thing I want to do is I want to apologize to you. I've just, after you telling me all of this stuff and kind of thinking these things over, and yeah, I really want to apologize.
Okay.
Because honestly, I think I haven't done enough to help you. From what you're telling me, you're kind of flying by the seat of your pants. Hoping that luck is going to take you further than you really can go on skill. And as the person that you come to for help, I really haven't been able to help you, or really didn't want to help you, to be very honest. Because at first I thought you were just a bunch of assholes. But it occurs to me that you're not assholes. You just don't know your assholes from your elbows. And that's a different story. That just tells me that you need more help. And clearly, I haven't given it to you. So, I'm going to remedy that right now. And as he says now, there's a flash of light. And there's a rush of wind. And you realize you've just been teleported. And as your eyes begin to focus, you all look, and you kind of look around, and you find yourselves not sitting at a breakfast table. You're standing on a sand floor. Above you, there is an open sky with clouds. Beautiful day. You see some birds fly through, and you look up, and there you see some columns, and as you're looking around, like really confused, as you're looking around, you are all in some kind of large arena. And as you're all kind of looking around at each other, you look and you actually see Norman first. And right next to him is Leopold, but he is maybe like 200 to 300 feet up in what are obviously stands. And as you see him, he kind of waves to all of you. And then you hear his voice echoing throughout this location. All right, and welcome to Leopold's Pit of Death. This is where we're going to actually get you ready for all the crazy shit that you're going to encounter, especially since you've been fucking with the Myriad. I'm gonna get you trained. I'm gonna get you ready. And when you're done, you're gonna be lean, mean, adventuring machines.
I am
not
so
enough.
happy we had some excitement for the day as I unsheathed my blades.
I take out my
And,
bow and arrow.
and as you look around and you're starting to like realize, yeah, you are in some kind of arena. You can see gates on either side of the arena. You can actually see bodies strewn on the ground, at least 3 or 4. And as you look, he goes, he says, "Oh, don't worry about the bodies. I haven't had time to clean up since the last time I've been here."
Excuse me?
And then he claps his hands, and the clap just booms and echoes throughout the arena. And as he does, all of the stands begin to fill with people. And as they do, they begin just cheering all of you on. It's like, "All right, fuckers, let's get ready to rumble." And that's where we're going to call it for the evening.
Fucking amazing.
Yay.
What?
He
What?
is my favorite uncle.
Oh, this is gonna be a team white view.
I'm so glad I bought potions.
I'm not a fighter. Like, what do you
Alrighty.
mean?
I just
Alright.
have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Since we were at breakfast,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't carry my shield around with me.
Oh no,
Was
you
it
all
like-
have your armor on. You have your
Okay.
weapons. You have your gear, and it wasn't on. And the minute you were teleported, you are now all wearing and have all of your things.
Almost
And
like
Maya's
a-
still with me?
Maya is
Full
with you.
dressed confused.
Spot is not with you, Sora.
Actually,
I
correction.
figured-
We're full dressed, confused, and panicked.
Alrighty, so yeah, that's a good place to stop for the evening. Yeah, great game, everybody.
This is exciting.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna be interesting.
I already hear the Star Trek like yeah.
Please
Oh.
play that music next week.
Oh no, I
You
can't. DMCA.
Yeah, you can, unfortunately.
But I will definitely have some awesome fight music for you guys. And Galen, you are in drow form. Like you are not. You're not in your disguise. You have your hat of disguise, but you are completely in your drow form.
Well, yeah, I always stay in my drow form in the household of Leopold, so that doesn't surprise me.
All right. So with that, yeah, great game, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, so thank you, everybody. Thank you to my wonderful players. That was amazing. And thank you, everybody, for all of the love that you've given tonight. I'm gonna do some quick shout outs. Brightline, thank you so much for the raid. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, I hope I can say this right. Kesavonil, Kesavonli, thank you for following. I hope I said that right. And Blackest Soul, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And also thank you for participating in the new inspiration rules. That was super great. And again, everybody, please feel free to use that. Trust me, the chat will let you know if you are unable to continue to do it, and if we're out of inspirations to give. So use them wisely, but use them often, because this is going to be a lot of fun. And considering what just happened to our players, they're probably going to need some of those inspirations next week. Just saying. Because you don't know what Leopold's Pit of Death entails at all yet. So this should definitely be interesting. Gesso Von Lee. There you go. Okay, Kessel Von Lee. There you go. So yeah. So again, thank you everybody so much for joining us, and I hope to see you all next week. Again, if you are into Magic: The Gathering Arena specifically, I do every Friday tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. I do Friday Night Magic. I get together with one of my best friends, Dead Ninja, and we just play the jankiest, weirdest, memeiest decks because they're just so freaking fun. And we just get together and play. But if that's something you're interested in and you also play MTG Arena, you could play with me on the stream as well, if that's something you want to do. At the very least, the voice modulator you just heard me use, I also use it. You can use channel points tomorrow to actually make me talk in those voices as well. So you can do that if you're interested. And again, just as a reminder, if Monster Hearts 2 is an RPG that you're interested in, again, it's about the messy lives of teenagers who also happen to be monsters. Our next session is going to be June 22nd. You can actually see the most recent session that we had on Monday on VOD here as well. If you haven't followed us yet, please follow us so you kind of keep up to date with all of these schedules and all the different games that we're doing. And also, if you've missed any of what we've been doing, we have a YouTube channel, so definitely you want to catch up. You can catch up on those episodes on our YouTube page. So yeah, that's a lot of stuff. I hope you all. Hey, oh wait, I gotta say this. Good, Ty Dynamite. Thank you so much for the gift, tier 1 gift sub. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we will see what happens to our adventurers next week as they have entered Leopold's pit of death. And man, they're gonna need those inspirations. So everybody, get ready. So again, thank you so much for all of your support and everything that you all. We love that you love that we do what we do. So we're gonna keep doing it as long as you want us to. Remember, as the world is beginning to open up again, remember to be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Let's support each other in all of the things that we do, because that's the best way we're going to get through life and all of the struggles that we have is by supporting and lifting each other up. And in that vein, as we end, we are definitely going to raid someone that I'm going to ask to please show that person love as well as we end. I'm going to take a look real quick to see who we have on. Currently, it looks like, let's see, who do we have? We have Ion Nuke, who is currently playing Genshin Impact. So please show Ion some love. He's a great guy, great person, and definitely he's a huge supporter of all of the things that we've been doing. So let's support him back. All right. So again, as we finish up for the evening, take care of each other, take care of yourself, and we'll see you next time. Take care.